Okay, hello everyone. So we are back after a little hiatus there. It's been getting a little bit busy over here in Express AI land, so definitely good stuff. I think no complaints there. But yeah, it's when I'm traveling between Tokyo and things like that, it can be kind of difficult to do a live stream, especially if I'm in a hotel and everybody's nice and quiet. And I mean, the streams are kind of late, so I don't want to disturb anyone. So yeah, it's sometimes hard to do the live streams every time, but that's fine. Hopefully, uh, that hasn't deterred anyone from visiting the stream, coming to hang out with us. So yeah, happy to have everyone here. But anyway, yeah, today I wanted to look into playing around with different actor frameworks. And the reason why I wanted to do that is, we have the need to make essentially kind of like an agent server, right? I want to implement something along these lines, right? Have a database where we have some actors or have some agents, and I want to have a server where we can create an agent, destroy an agent, send messages to an agent, get the agent to send us a notification with a webhook, right? So kind of interesting, simple things here, nothing too complicated. But we want to. Agents are interesting in that they are mainly dependent on the LLM, right? And the LLM in this case is essentially a REST API call. So it's possible to implement these in a completely async fashion. And I have used Flask in the past, but not, Quart, which is the async version of that. So today's stream, I'm going to be using Quart and seeing how it works with PyAkka. And the reason why I want to use PyAkka is because I want to have an agent be essentially something that is supervised, and it can spawn a sub agent. And if the sub agent is essentially implementing, like a Python script or something like that, and it dies from some error, I don't want that to kill the entire process. I want it to, send a notification to the parent. It's like, hey, this sub agent died. What do you want to do about it? And I want it to be able to intelligently go, okay, well, let's try again, but with a different script, or things along those lines, right? That's the goal. So my plan is to do that with PyAkka first, and see how that is. And also, we use Java a lot in Express AI as well. So I might use it with the Java framework. Akka is definitely better in Scala than it is in Java, but I don't want to kind of force Scala down everybody's throats if they don't want it. And Java is it's okay. It might not be everyone's cup of tea, as they say, but people get it, right? And it's easy to find people who know Java, and kind of more difficult than to find people who know Scala. Even though Scala is probably, in my opinion, the better language. And I also wanted to try Elixir and see how it is in Elixir, like in the OG runtime, what it would be like. And because Elixir is kind of similar to Python, I have a feeling it might work okay. And the main thing is kind of the async of the other things. So I do want to mix it up with not just the HTTP, but also the database, and then the actors. So I do need to be able to kind of control this a little bit. Let me see if I can switch this to low power mode or something, because I can hear the fan. Look at that, 90 watts doing what, man? I mean, I am running PyCharm next to this thing. But anyway, so the goal today is to like try out PyAkka in here, see what the hiccups are, like what are the things I gotta worry about, and then try it in other frameworks and see, does that help or not? And I think that could be a interesting stream for everyone. So we'll go do that. Anyway, I have this kind of simple tutorial of Quart running here. And we can play around with it. I think I can use this, and I'll put like agents. I'll have like an agents database, I think, something like that. So just open Postgres app and have this thing running locally. Ooh, there's an upgrade. Let's do that. So for those who do not know, let me bring up the Akka documentation. So, or the PyAkka documentation. So it's a simple kind of thing, right? You have import PyAkka, and then you can create a class that extends some sort of actor, and then you specify the onReceive, and it'll have this message, and you can do something about it. And the main thing about this is kind of that threading and async kind of nature, right? So I'm interested in this for agents, and the agents need to use LLMs, and that's a async thing, right? Like I don't want it to be holding up a CPU thread when most of the time it's just waiting for OpenAI or Vertex AI or our own local models to be producing what they need to produce, right? So ideally, we want to do that in an async way. But we do have things like the Python execution. That, on the other hand, is something that will have to be a thread type of deal. So if we have something where it's like it executes Python or solves a constraint or something like that, that's something that will take time. So if we have a async kind of implementation of that, that's going to hold up everything. So what I liked about PyAkka and why I'm trying this one first is because it has the ability to have a threading actor, which is a regular thread, and not, right? Or at least that's what I thought. And because we have those two use cases, having the ability to choose which one I need for what, I thought would be good. So that's why we have them here. So yeah, a threading actor plays well together with non-actor threads, and that's kind of an important part. PyAkka 3 removed the other ones, like the G event actor and the event event. Interesting. If this doesn't have any AIO things, I mean, it's not ideal, because if it doesn't have async versions of things, that means that this is kind of like we can't have the server and the actors kind of cooperating together, right? And the amount of agents that you could be running is kind of now limited by the threads that you have, the cores you have, which I don't like too much. Checking out, so Trio mentioned, am I checking out things for the actor framework? So I'm not doing it for circuits per se yet, but that's kind of the thing. So essentially what I want to do is have an agent server that you can use to create an agent, and then you can give that agent access to tools through APIs, and also register a webhook so that the agent can ping you. And that way we can have like this independent kind of actor, and I want to implement that. And I've been thinking about that for a while, and I've been wanting to do that in an actor framework. And I did do this a little bit before in Java with Dapper. So let me bring that up. So Dapper has an Orleans style actor framework in it. Yeah, let's see if we can see it. It's somewhere in here. And it's okay, but it's a little weird. So essentially the way it works with Dapper is you have this API which you hook into, which exposes an HTTP service that implements the actor framework or the workflow engine or your service framework, right? So everything's like standardized through this interface, this network interface, and then you implement something in the back end. And what sucks about it is that not everything is implemented, right? So like, because this is Microsoft, essentially .NET is the main one, and .NET has everything. And then second would be Java, and Java has a bunch of things implemented, but I wouldn't say they are looking great. Like you have client and workflow, right? And it's like, oh, what about actors, right? And then in the Python side, you have client, actor, and extensions, but you don't have workflow. And that's the main thing I didn't like about it. So I started with Java, and I was thinking I would implement the actor framework in Java, and it's not like, some of the interfaces are there, but they're not in a working state. And the reason they're not in a working state is because it's highly tied to the backend that you're using. And so they have this implementation for Java is built on top of Spring, and then the Spring APIs do not gel well with the actor framework, and that's why they don't list it here, right? So yeah, it's unfortunate. It's also, it's pretty good, I think, right? Like the actors that exist in Orleans are interesting, mainly through the serialization thing, or at least in my opinion. And because we don't have that, we got to essentially do it ourselves. But it's kind of being done manually in Dapper anyway. But anyway, so I don't want to use this, or I don't want to use Dapper. I want to use PyAkka for one reason, which is that Akka implements, or at least the Java Akka implements supervisor. And the supervisor thing is something that I want. So if the agent can spawn a sub actor to run some Python code, and if that fails, I want it to go back up to the actor and be like, hey, it failed, and the actor on top is okay. Because currently a lot of, like, that's one of the things that kind of causes stuff to break in Converse right now. So if you implement something that causes an issue, or if you have a bug in your circuits diagram that causes a division by zero, or OpenAI is giving you a timeout or something like that, everything breaks and there's no response. And I think it's not good, right? We should have something that's able to be resilient in cases of failure. So the actor itself, when it needs to call OpenAI, it will spawn an OpenAI sub actor, or go to the OpenAI proxy actor, which is what I think is a little bit better. It receives the message of the thing it has to do. It does the thing. It also makes sure that it's not overwhelming OpenAI, because there's limits, and we want to make sure that we're kind of servicing all the agents equally, right? So we got to do that. And Yeah, and then if that fails, well, then that gets handled there, and that will deal with it. Maybe come later, wait a little bit, and then the agent itself, um, you know, is more resilient. It's not going to die essentially from these things or tool usage or bugs or things. So I want to kind of make some kind of actor framework for that. Anyway, so let's play with this. Now, I didn't realize this part, that threading actor. I kind of assumed there would be the async actors. But let's look at it real quick. Threading actor is doable, right? It's like, it's not invalid. It's just not efficient. That's what I worry about when it comes to threading actor. Yeah, it looks like there's only one implementation now. That kind of sucks. Yeah, it does look like they removed the other ones, and now we only have one. I can understand why they'd want to do that, right? Because Akka is not, or it's Python, right? It's not necessarily an async thing, so it can be a pain supporting other things like a G event threading thing, where you might not have something that implements G event, and now everything is stuck. So I get it. Though it's not ideal. So let's also look at the others, right? So what are the alternatives? So one of the alternatives is PECO. I think I spelled it right. Oh, there's two Ks in PECO. So Apache PECO is essentially a re-implementation of Akka, but without the crazy license thing. So that's good, and I know what it can do. And the great thing about it is it's fully featured, right? Bad thing about it is, it's kind of like Java, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does limit what we can do. But it's totally on the table, right? Using this, because in my kind of idea at the moment of how this would work in platform is that your circuits would be available as services. So it doesn't matter if the agent server is in Java, because it'll be calling out to your Python code through APIs, right? So that's fine. There's Scala and Java here. Let me zoom in here a bit. And essentially, Scala looks nice, and then the Java one, not so much. So for the Java, you have to deal with this kind of behavior thing, and then you can build your behaviors based off of stuff. In Scala, this looks a little bit better. You have your behaviors receive, and you have your context, and just sort of you return either the same behavior, which is the same thing, or a different behavior if you want to change it. And I like this because that kind of gives it that state machine kind of vibe. And because this is based off of Akka, then this will be, it has all the same supervision stuff. Then the other contender is Elixir. Because Elixir's is built on top of, let me see. So it's built on top of Erlang OTP, and that's the OG actor framework, right? So OTP is kind of where it's at. And if I have to use OTP, I think that's probably no good, right? That's like a non-starter. Mainly because if I know it and Paul knows Erlang, we'll probably make it work. But we don't have like Erlang anywhere else, and that's what I don't like. I kind of want to reduce the amount of work that we have, and kind of like deal with only one set of tools, like minimize the amount of stuff that can go wrong by using one kind of framework. So Elixir does start at quite a big disadvantage from that perspective. But because it's built on top of OTP, it would have like them. It's OG, right? So it's probably nice. Now the other disadvantages are, do we have access to OpenAI's APIs from here? And then I guess OpenAI will always be fine, but like alternatives might not be implemented. So like, I don't know, Google's or things like that. Yeah, but anyway, so I do want to look at this. I'll maybe look at it later. Like I do know Erlang. I don't know Elixir, but I kind of know Elixir, so we might look at it if we have time. Right now, I think I want to focus on PyAkka and Echo. Yeah, Elixir is like a Ruby type of thing, so I think it's probably nice, right? It's probably nice to use. But anyway, let's see how bad it will be if we have port, which is async, and PyAkka, which is not async. Makes me wonder, is there an async PyAkka? Another alternative is Thespian, but so PyAkka has recent commits and Thespian not so much. So if you go to Thespian and PyAkka GitHub. Yeah. PyAkka, weeks ago kind of deal, it's kind of being updated. So that's good, right? Thespian not being updated very much, although there could be a branch that's being updated a lot, but I don't think so. So even though we do have an implementation of actors in circuits library using Thespian, so it's not completely out of the table. But it's kind of, it might be a maintenance mode more than not being developed, so it might be fine. Keep that in a back tab. But I've never tried PyAkka, so we're going to try it and see how that works. So anyway, so let's go here. Let's see if we can implement this kind of calculator type of thing. I think that'll work fine. Yeah, so let's see if I have it here. So import PyAkka. We do not have it, so let's install it. Add that to our requirements. And before we start our app, I think I will create, I kind of want the calculator. So let's do a calculator. Put that there. So yeah, it has add and sub, and has this self last result. Not sure I like that. Does it need last result? I see. So it's kind of like you have last result.get, and then that would cause the thing. So it's a kind of mix of the Ray style actors, and Ray is also Ray has actors, right? And I did use this on another stream, I think, and it's kind of okay. The thing I don't like about it is that these don't really play well with async. They're more for synchronous code, like CPU intensive code. That's where they're made for. So if you do have a lot of, CPU intensive stuff, then these are the way to go, and not something like PyAkka. So anyway, we can get an actor ref by calling reader.start. And then we can ask to send a message. And if you take an actor ref and proxy it, you can call these functions. And that makes it slightly more interesting. So I think that's kind of what I want, because we're going to have slightly more complicated things. So let's create this calculator. And on app start, let's see, startup. Before serving, I think that happens before anything is served. Right, so we'll have serving, while serving. Is there like a startup? Because I think that serving happens before any, it's like before request. I don't want before request. I guess we can just do the global thing. So right after we create our app, we're going to create our calc. Let's do calculator. Start. I think I'll call this calc ref, and then calc will be calc ref.proxy. Yeah, something like that. Let's also go to our Postgres. Let's update that. And let's start it. And we have some stuff. I will open up PyAkka here and see if I can start a new thing. A new database, essentially. Create DB. Let's call it agent server. Or no, agents, that's what it was called, agents. Okay, that should be enough. Now we create the pool on startup. I'm not sure if this is something that we're going to have to do in startup. We'll see. And let me see if there's some kind of simple. Let's implement a simple like get. So I'll call /methods equals get async def index and I want to do this test in like the easiest way possible. Let's do something like calc.add 2 and 5. Is that how it worked? I see. So we can do like add 2, calc.add 5, and then we do, let's return calc.lastResult.get, which I think is how that's supposed to work. Let's make that a string. If we do part debug run, we don't have an app in main. This is called main. Let's do we have? We can just run it. Okay, now if we go open this up in localhost 5000. I don't think localhost will work. We have none. Okay, that's great. We're not off to a good start. Add last result plus equals A. Last result starts as none. So I can see why that would not work. So let's maybe, instead of doing this, we'll do 2, 5 here. And let's do that. Okay, now we got 7. Okay, cool. This is a thread. So if we simulate that this is taking a long time by importing time, we'll do time.sleep, 10 seconds. We run that. It'll take 10 seconds to produce the answer. This one will also take 10 seconds to produce the answer. That should be good. Okay, cool. We're good. Okay, so the basic stuff works. Let's, instead of doing a calculator, let's design an kind of agent, right? The agent will be a threading actor. We'll have a conversation. I want to do. Okay, so let's do agent supervisor. That has the conversation, and then let's have some kind of like chat with some message as a string. And let's give this the conversation. It's a list of. Let's give ourselves a little bit of structure. Do we want to do that? Yeah, let's create a data class message, or this is a record, and now I'm confused because I've too many things. I know we can make a name tuple. Let's have a class message. It's a named tuple that has a role string and a content string. That's good. This will be a list of message. Okay, started as empty. Then we'll have chat, which will take a new message. I'm not sure if I have to return anything. We'll see if we do. So we're going to conversation append a message with a role of user and the message. And then let's have the self, let's have an agent actor ref here for the actual agent. Which we need to import. And then let's also give this agent a name. Let's do agent is equal to agent.start. We'll give it a name. And this should also have a name. Self.name is equal to name, which should also be a string. And then we need to make a class agent. It's a PyAkka threading actor. Should take a name. This will have a string name. Should it have a conversation? Yeah, I think it should also have a conversation. So this will be the one actually doing the conversation. Then the supervisor just keeps track of it so that if this agent dies, it gets the conversation from the supervisor. So this will be a list of message. What else do we need in the agent? Let's have LLM, which would be an actor ref. Okay, so init self.name is name, and LLM is equal to, I think we'll have to take that LLM here. So LLM is an actor ref. LLM. Okay, and we set, we will do self.agent. Let's do chat. Let's proxy it. Do I need? Yeah, I can see the problem with that. Let's call this agent ref, because she needs to be a ref, right? And then I'll do agent is equal to self.agentRef.proxy. Then we can do agent.chat, and we send it the conversation. It should be the list of messages. Then here, do def chat self conversation, and we need to go to the LLM. So we want to also do this as a ref. Call that ref. Then here we'll have LLM is equal to self.lmref.proxy. And since this would be like OpenAI, so let's also do that. So let me import OpenAI to do that. Add that in there. And if anyone has questions on what I'm doing, let me know. I'll totally explain what it is. If you came late, it's no problem. Okay, so let's make an LLM PyAkka threading actor. And let's give this a model. So that's really the only state I'll have. So model, which is a string, you get the model, do the super init self.model is equal to model. And then if we do complete self conversation, which is a list of message, and it'll return a message. Then we do OpenAI dot chat dot completions create. We set the model to be the model. We need to give the message. Man, look at that. Look at that IntelliSense there. That's crazy. Model. I'm trying to figure out where it ends. It's like, okay, so we got model, I think function call, max tokens. I think it's either called messages or frequency penalty, function call, functions, bias log props. Okay. I think it was called messages. I could be wrong. Yeah, messages. And then messages, the type of it. I mean, what we want to do is send conversation, right? But it wants a chat completion, a list of chat completion system message, user message, system message, tool message, function message. Yeah, the typing here is kind of annoying, but we can convert. Let's look into what these classes are. That's annoying. Completions. Okay. And the completion types. So this stuff used to be dictionaries, which, as you can imagine, wasn't ideal. And so they've changed it up a little bit. And now we got to deal with that. The prompt. Yeah, we're doing create, right? So create a model, prompt, string completion. I see. This is the different completions. We want the chat completions. We want chat completions create, which has this messages of chat completion message param. Which is a typed dict. I see. This has chat param, which we can import. So if I go here, let's go back. And we make a to that's so annoying. To completion. list, which will take our list of message, and we want to return a list of those things. Okay, then let's import that. Let's put you under the message here. Fix the typo, and then we'll do for message in messages. Let's make a return thing. Then if message.role is equal to system, then we ret append chat completion chat system back here. Seems to be a chat completion system message prior. And we specify the content, import it. That's not what I want. I want this. Is this a message? Has content, role, and name. I didn't know I could have a name. That's interesting. Did not know that. Now that's something I have to try later. Okay, so we have system. And then what we want to do, let's do msg is equal to chat RAM message dot this thing has a content, right? Yeah, content. Yeah, what is it? What is it complaining about? I mean, since it's like dictionary, we should be able to just do ret append chat system message for RAM role content. That's what we want. That should make the type checker happy, I think. Then to post the message. Then we change this to completion list conversation. Put max tokens equals 1,000 or something like that. Stream equals false. Getting streaming to work on this would be doable, a little interesting in how it would work, and I'm kind of interested in looking at what that looks like, but doable. Then we're going to have the result. So because this is going to be a big thing, we're going to try these things. We'll probably while for attempt in range 5, I guess we'll do this kind of thing, and then if there's an exception, do that and take the result dot. So result, if I remember correctly, I've copied this so many times I don't remember what it is. I could look it up. In circuits. So let's right click on this, open that one up. Okay, so OpenAI chat, the result has a choices 0 message. That's what we want. Okay. Let's bring it back. Choices 0 dot result. Not choices 0 dot message. Right. Okay. So we'll return a message. The role equals message dot role and content result dot choices 0 dot message dot content. Yeah, and then if we have some exception, we do nothing and try again. Now we'll try it 5 times. And I thought was there an else block 204? Yeah, I think Java has this, or not Java, Python has this, which is useful in this kind of situation, if I'm not mistaken. Python else for else. It either happens when you break or not, right? Yeah, so if you find it and you break, you're good. And if you didn't break, else will happen. I think that's it, right? So that's a interesting construct that Python has that you don't see very often. Yeah, anyway, so we'll have this LM ref that we get, and then we can do LM dot complete, send it the conversation, get the new message back, right? And I want to append so let's make it, actor in the simple sense, right? So if there's a let's give this the ability to eval stuff, right? So if tool in new message dot content then I want to extract that content dot split tool 1. Okay, and then let's eval it. Totally fine. Yeah, let's do that. So we got our new message, self.conversation and new message. if there's a tool, we'll get the results. Self.conversation.append a message from the system with the result, the string representation of result. And this could be multiple lines, so let's just keep it simple by then splitting this on new lines and just taking the first one. And that'll work. Add that in there. And then self.chat conversation. Base case, we return self conversation. Does this kind of thing work? We'll see. So if there's tool, kind of adds that system message and then goes back, calls chat again. So I'm not sure if this is doable. It may or may not be. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, and then the supervisor is essentially like a proxy, right? So we'll get our agent new conversation is equal to that, right? Or yeah, let's do that. So this returns a list of message. So that way we can see everything that happened, right? The conversation, and then we'll do self-conversation is equal to new conversation. And this thing will do this inside of a try. Right? So we'll try to do that. And if it can't, then we're going to append to the conversation message system failed to process previous message. Chat with the agent. Then let's have it return the list of messages. Okay, so I think that will do it. If I'm not mistaken. And yeah, I think that should run. So now what we'll do here is when we create our app, we'll create the agent supervisor. We start it, and the name will be let's just call it Zybo. Right. And now let's call it agent supervisor ref, and then agent supervisor is equal to ref.proxy. So now we have a proxy agent for that. That console is unnecessary. We start up, we do the index. Now I want to So when we start, let's put a message here, system, you are self.name, a helpful agent, AI assistant that can evaluate Python expressions. Cool. And let's make a thing for user that says, no, that's not what we want. What is what's a simple Python-y thing, not math thing that we can do? Let's see if I want to eval. What the world happened there? Eval type of some string. Two plus 2.0. So yeah, how about that? So we'll seed it with a conversation. So what is the type of the result when I add 2 and 2.0? Question. And message from the assistant would be tool type 2 plus 2.0. Message system will be class float, like so. And then message assistant will be the resulting type will be class int. You're an idiot. Float, not flat, float. Okay, so we see that with this conversation, so it will go on from there and probably do something else. Because this is Quart, if I want to get a get parameter in Quart, yes, Quart cheat sheet. That's very useful. Yes, that will do. Okay, request. We have args query string. That's what we want. So request.args. Let's get msg else I. How about that? So that's from the user. Then we will go to the yeah. I don't think we can await the agent supervisor. Agent supervisor dot was it chat? I think it was chat. Yeah, chat msg. And then we get the conversation back, right? And we'll return the string representation of that conversation. How's that for a quick test? And I did something wrong with that. I need a comment there. There we go. I'm missing something for LLM ref. So the agent needs an LLM ref. The agent supervisor creates that, but doesn't have the LLM. Start, let's do GPT 3.5 Turbo. And then we'll pass it along. Okay, cool. So now we go here and put message equals what's something that we have to eval that might not be trivial, because otherwise it will just respond. What are the methods on the time module? Okay, so things are happening, but we don't print anything, so we can't see anything happening. So let's change that. And let's print self.conversation, then print sending to agent, then an agent chat will be print. I'm not liking it so far, actually. Kind of weird. Tool, new message to content, and print result. Okay, and then the agent supervisor is going to send to agent, print conversation, new conversation. Cool. And if we got an exception, it'll be exception. Okay, and it could be that LM is failing for some reason. Print exception in an AI. So let's format that string. Yeah, and then we should sleep. That's true. We should time.sleep. Attempt. Okay, try that again. Let's see what we get. Exception, OpenAI cannot instantiate typing union. Okay, so it tries that 5 times and fails. His name dictate thing. No, it was these things are a typed dict. So if I just make this a typed dict, And do I even need to do this? I don't think so. Yeah. It thinks otherwise, but what can you do? Message def init self role content. I thought that wouldn't be necessary, or I guess it isn't necessary in a typed tuple, but it might be necessary in a typed dict. So can't do an init on a typed dict, I guess. Let's look at that. And again, total typing extensions, typed dict and required. And that's online. Let's just be a dict. Or if I create it, then self role is equal to role, and self dot role is equal to role. Self content is equal to content. Is that a thing? Maybe. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we got conversation, which is a future. So that's an interesting thing, how that works. Makes me wonder if we can async that. So let's find that out next. We get to calling LLM. But that's it. It kind of seems okay, right? Like in terms of what we're sending. We got an exception. What was the exception that we got? It'd be great if we passed it in. Got conversation. I wonder if that's necessary for us. Got conversation. New conversation. Sending to agent. So do we need to get that for anything to happen? Could be. Agent has no attribute conversation. Probably here, because we don't initialize it to anything. We get it here. So the agent doesn't need the conversation. It's always going to get the conversation. That's fine. Let's do it that way. And then let's do conversation. That way there's no self-conversation in there. Restart, resend. Exception in OpenAI. Writing future is not JSON serializable. Okay. Our agent takes the LLM, and then we're going to get conversation, which agent supervisor is sending to agent self conversation, and that's not a thing. Okay, threading future object has no attribute content. That is inside of LLM here. So this thing is getting a conversation, which is not a list of message. It is a future. So when we call LLM complete in here, you don't want to send it this conversation. You want to send conversation get. Let's do that again. That 403. How in the world does that happen? Use to connect. Actually run it. List has no attribute get. Exception. We get here. It's the only place where this happens. So we have an agent. Must be this that is not gettable anymore. Oh, I gotta love agent or actor frameworks. So instead of debugging, you get nothing, which is totally real, totally real. So you do kind of want to avoid them, right? Or rather, like, actor frameworks are not always going to be the, everything you want them. I mean, they're not the end all kind of thing, right? Like, if you can do something without an actor framework, you should. And in here, with the agents are going to have their state, right? And I need the agents to talk to other agents. And I want this, all-encompassing LLM agent, for example. Like the thing that's special about this LLM agent is there should be only one, right? Even though I kind of create it here in the supervisor, that's not what it should be. This should also get a reference to the LLM, so that there's one LLM that all the agents share, and it can keep track of stuff, right? Like that's the idea, and that's where having this setup works. But you got to be careful, because if there's bugs, a lot of the times you're just going to get nothing. Nothing happens, which is what's happening right now. Okay, so let's look at got conversation. Okay, so agent.chat. That one is correct. So for here, you get list attribute has no attribute get. Let's do this in a way where we can see both sides. Refresh. Got conversation future. If we get that and then do it, it's a list. Or we still got the conversation PyAkka future. Okay, so this is still a future. So this returns immediately. We have a feature. We're going to get conversation, got conversation, which is a feature. So we do kind of want to await this, which I don't think we can do. It'd be great if we could. But if we don't get it, nothing happens. So because we get it here, it's calling the LLM. And list attribute has no attribute, or list object has no attribute get. Could be inside of here too. We have our conversation, which I want to be a list of message. And then this gets a threading future, which is not JSON serializable, in here. So this needs to be gotten, but it can't because it is a list. So let's go back to the documentation of PyAkka. And see where I'm getting it wrong. And this is one of the good things about using Akka and Scala is that you have a much stronger type system. That means that, you know, these types, even though I'm trying to be very precise with my types, they're just suggestions. And I'm currently getting type errors, even though I have, you know, types. And the actor model is not very forgiving for that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's probably best to not do it in Python. So tell will never block, ask, and the future get. Oh, and it doesn't clone the message. And you can ask, okay, and then, so that part I get. And then when we have these actor proxies, that's where things get a little weird, right? We're doing that. We should be able to get that. If we have something, we can get that something. Yes, nested as deep as you like, as long as they are an actor. That's kind of, I mean, yeah, it looks like it should work, but it clearly doesn't. This conversation. Message with, let's put conversation in here. Let's just double check the type of what we have there. Okay, threading feature has no attribute content. That's great. So we got LM weird calling LM with, and we have actual stuff. Threading feature has no object attribute content. Where are we calling .content? This thing. Okay, so this needs to be gotten. Oh wow, there's like mosquitoes already? Seriously? It's like still cold. Okay, so every time you call proxy, you need to make sure you get the things. And of course, no type system, so it's not going to stop you from doing that, so that's fun. Okay, so nothing else there. We call self chat with the conversation. We have the new message. This conversation should be fine, right? Yeah, so let's restart, retry. Okay, calling LM with that stuff, content, whatever. Okay, get tool, dir time. So yeah, that's great. Got the result. Okay. I add that to the system and I re-enter, and it might, okay, calling LM with that thing. Do I need to get this? I might need to get. Got conversation future. I don't like that. Here, yes, we do need to get this. We have list object has exception. So this is the only place where you have the exception colon. So this is just to make it clear for me, although it should be fine. We just press exception. Let's restart it to the same place. This object has no attribute get. Should be this. Now this is a proxy, right? So this should be a future. Okay, so maybe it could have been that. Could have been that. Still no result yet, and we still have the same kind of exception. And is it because the agent is calling get here? And here is like, you know, this is where the type things happen, right? Like this is not complaining, but self.chat should be returning a future, and return conversation is returning a list, right? So this should be correct and this should not be correct. And we still don't have a result. But okay, so calling LLM with this. Then we got this conversation. Okay, and the last thing in the conversation is role assistant content. Here are the methods available in the time module. Seems all good. Okay. And we return self.conversation. And since that's a future, can we await that? Okay, cool. We can await that. Okay, great. So we finally have the thing working. That's good. No, I guess I spoke too soon. Failed to process previous messages is what we got. Invalid syntax. Cool. Import time, comma, help time. And it's not wrong, but it's not comma, you know, it's a semicolon. Okay, cool. But it's working. It's not pretty, right? But it's working. We have Akka doing things, and we can kind of see where this is going to be painful, right? And the painfulness is the types and the lack thereof. So what does it look like if we go with something else? So we could either look at Elixir or Scala, although there's almost one. So maybe we'll just go with Akka and Java. Update things while I'm here, and then switch over to IntelliJ. Let's make a new Akka project in IntelliJ and see what that's like. So I will be wanting to do it with Quarkus, so I kind of want to see what that's like as well. And, you know, I know that they're not, it's not using like Akka HTTP, right? So that's already possibly a place where things can get a little wonky. So let's do automaton, that makes sense, whatever, agent, server. Let's say we want to do it with Java. Some of the group, Zybo, agent server. Let's use Java 21. And sample Quarkus code. We'll do REST easy reactive. Maybe cute. There's nothing for Akka in here. Doing things through a message queue like RabbitMQ is also, it's doable. And I haven't decided not to do that. So there is an advantage with using a message queue because you can see the message queue, or you can tap into the queue and log it and that really is quite helpful for debugging things, especially if things stop working in production. Whereas with Akka, because the messages are kind of happening, in process, if they die or something like that, and you don't have anything else to log the messages, it's just not going to log the messages. And so you might end up creating like either a custom mailbox where it logs every message that it gets, or doing things with supervisors and things like that. Well, the other thing is we didn't even touch like supervisors. Are there supervisors or at all? On failure. Stop the inbox on failure. Possibly not, which I also don't like. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. In that case, there's my conclusion would be that PyAkka is not significantly different than Ray's actors. Because Ray's actors are essentially the same thing, except for they do have async with no problems, right? They are kind of 4 threads, and they don't really have like supervision or anything like that built in. So I don't know. I guess I would go with Ray if I had to choose. Yeah, I feel like I would go with Ray. Yeah, like I was saying before I got sidetracked there, using a message queue, you can make it so that you listen on a message queue, and then whenever there's a request for a new agent, you create the queue for that agent and then do things, or you have a specific queue just for all the agents and you kind of work through those. So, you can totally do almost everything with a message queue, but it might not be as performant. Like the performance isn't going to be anything to write home about. Yeah, so I think that's pretty good. If we have Qt, I can serialize REST reactive, gives me a way to do that. And I think I want a REST client in theory, right? Not sure if that's gonna work, but this is exactly what I want to kind of deal with. And hibernate reactive with panache is good, and I want to do the data with the reactive Postgres. Yeah, that'll be good. The problem, or at least one of the problems that I did last time, or that I kind of ran into last time, was that the flyway is not reactive, so you can't use that. And I don't think liquid base is reactive either. So when it comes to migrations, you just got to do it yourself. Okay, so Now let's see what this is like in Java. And first, I want to run the thing. Really, it doesn't come with a default run for the... Oh, okay. Did I do it with Gradle? Ew, I didn't. I did not mean to do that. I'm not a fan of Gradle. I'm sure it's okay. It's just I don't like it. Okay, so let's look at PECO again. We have Gradle, so we'll want to do this. I think that's what we want to do. So in our build Gradle, we have our dependencies. Let's create our versions. Let's call it binaries, everything else there. We'll add this into our dependencies up above our test implementations. Okay, cool. Let's give this a second to download everything before we've made our changes. Let's see what that's like. It does have to download the internet. I think this is a newer version of Quarkus than I had before. Unable to find a JDBC driver corresponding database. Quarkus. We don't need it. Interesting. What is using JDBC? I wanted to keep everything reactive. And that's another thing. In Java, reactive kind of sucks. Like in C#, it has async await. And while it's not, it's okay. I think there's nothing particularly wrong with async await in general. And so C# has it in the language, so everything's kind of like good. Java does not have async await as a language feature. And they have kind of decided to not add syntax for it. So I don't know, things are a little not ideal from my perspective there. And Scala does have an await thing. It's like a macro more than anything else. I don't like the syntax of it, but it's essentially the same. You have your async blocks and you dot await futures inside that async block. So I'd prefer the other syntax, but it's fine. It's not terrible. Docker environment failed. Why is Docker involved at all? Test containers. Yeah, and now I don't know how to not deal with tests because this is Parital. Can I do things without test containers? Where's the test containers? I don't want to deal with test containers right now. Especially since I don't have Docker installed on this machine. So that could be a problem. Build grid properties. Let's see, test. No mention of the tests here. Can I do the same thing as Maven? I'm not sure. Parital W. E skip tests. And then Orcus dev. Yeah, Docker environment. Yeah, screw it. No, I refuse to have Docker. It is not necessary. I have my own Postgres database. Just use that. Let me do a quick search for Orcus. No test containers. Disable Docker test containers. Yes, please. Thank you. That would be great. Orcus dev services false. We can do that. Let's try that again. Okay, you see build time config. So we have to configure that. Let's do Orcus JDBC config. So there's something we can copy and paste here. That should be fine. Postgres, your username will be Gonzalez. No password for Postgres.app. Let me call this agent. I think that's what I called it. Max size 16. That's the pool size. That's weird. Exception in initialization error. That's not an exception. Build time config. Why? Maybe this whole reactive is not a good idea. Okay, so it's supposed to be excluded from Hibernate reactive deployment. It still comes up. Okay, so this is like an active bug that's in the place, and if I used Maven, I would know how to do this, but I don't know how to do that. Not in Maven. So let's do, how do I do this in Gradle? See if it knows, because I kind of don't know. So configuration, all exclude. Okay. Then dependencies. Skip that. Okay, you can stop talking now. Why do you keep talking? Oh God, and it keeps going. Every word you say that is unnecessary costs me money. Stop. Now, we definitely need a stop button. That would make life easier. Okay, thanks. I got it. Shut up now. Shut up now. Okay. We'll take this and we'll go to our build Gradle. We'll have our, I think, don't have a configuration block anywhere, so we'll add one. Says there's some sort of thing with all. That's fine. I don't care about it that much. Configure projects, build the model. Okay. Cool. So now we can do localhost 8080, and we have our thing, including our WI, which is nice. Okay, cool. So we have that. Now, let's go to the PECO introduction in the Java side. Java is not kind of my main thing. We're going to use the new actor APIs. So let's go to our example resource. We can do some page, right? Some page. Cool. I kind of like that. So we will get our parameter name. Name equals head. We'll go head. Cool. So if we do MSG, right, and then we'll do page data name equals MSG, same kind of thing. MSG head. Cool. Okay, so inside of here, I'm going to do the Akka thing, similar to before. So we can do it in other places, but we're just going to do it here for now. So we have our thing. We want to make an abstract behavior for everything. And we also need OpenAI, but we need a reactive OpenAI. So is there a reactive OpenAI client? Jump. That's using Spring. I'm not sure if that's good enough. Let me check. Quarkus, reactive, OpenAI. See what it says. Create an API key, scaffold the application, we do a REST client. Okay, so he's building it from scratch, which we can do, but I'd rather not. Okay, there's the Quarkus line for J thing. And that will get us the key that we want. Or it will get us the OpenAI thing that we want. Okay, so we can totally do that. Let's cancel that. Let's go to build Parital. See if we can get an implementation of this. Okay, this is in Quarkiverse length chain for J. Version, does it matter? I think it does matter. Okay, so let's do that, see if we can import okay or not. We need to specify the API key, which should be that. Is that how you do ends? I don't think that's how you do ends. I think that's how you do ends. So you can run it. Okay, now I have no intention of using LangChain, as it is dumb. What are these idles? Okay, we're back up and running. We can do chat completion, and this is what we want. So let's import that in our resource here. Okay, and we want to have that in our class. We need to add that into the dependencies. And let's rename this, please. Rename. So rename that to OpenAI. Okay, cool. So we have a thing for OpenAI there. Token shouldn't matter. Does it not get injected and we have to build it? I mean, we can. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. Though I'd expect it to be injected. But whatever, we can do that. We build with that class, and we add an exception in there. Same token, really? It's so dumb, but whatever. I can get the, or yeah, let's try it without it. See if that does what we need it to do. So instead of name, let's take this, which doesn't need to be streaming, so we'll not do that. The OpenAI.completion. Is this chat completion or normal completion? I'm not sure. Create chat completion request is defined where? Yeah, not defined anywhere. Cool. Okay, we have a completion request, so new completion request. Let's import that class and look into it real quick. So it's meant to be a builder class, so to completion request builder. This is taking a prompt, so it's a text thing. I don't want that one. I want the OpenAI chat completion create. I want chat completion request builder build. Sure. Okay, let's do that because we don't need any of that. This thing returns a uni, and will that work? Get choices. What? Chat completion request. Hold on. We'll get our thing, our response, and then our response will be get choices. Get 0 dot message dot content. And I do not know. This is a template instance, so it's not a uni of template instance. Therefore, I think we need to await it in here. And you can replace this with get first. Fine, sure. Chat response to that. And let's put the map down there. I want to have this look like this instead. Okay, so yes, let's use Model GPT-3 Turbo, and then we can set messages to be a new message array. And we have our message builder. Sure, is that real or is it fake? new message, no parameters. What? Okay, what are the implementations of that? We have a system message, tool message. Fine. Fine. We have system message that takes a system message private builder. Right? Okay, so more builder stuff. Builder content. Okay, then we build the system message. Right, then we can make a user message, builder, content, message, build. Going to import that. Okay, there's 2 arguments in user message.1. What? String content should be message. We have our new message thing. This is expecting, I think messages needs not null message. We're building this builder. Create chat completion requires a request and an input. What is an input? It's null fine. Okay, so let's save and refresh this. Oh, and we want the chat response. Indefinitely. Current thread cannot be blocked. Oh, fun. Okay, we are, if I don't block it, that doesn't, well, okay. So we have a uni await there. Can I create a uni of that? Cannot. Yes. So this, I want this to be a uni of template instance. So if I return chat response dot map, I can return page data with the R. Maybe this is awaited. As optional at most. Await is weird, I guess. We don't need to await it. We can just map this directly, right? we have our content here. So we'll just page data name is that. That response is a template instance, and we just return the chat response. Right? I think so. And you did not provide an API key. Okay. So this needs a API key. Headers factory. Map on authorization. Bearer. Okay. And that's that. And that's that. We need a map. This headers factory. That's not found in there. Multi-valued hash map. Does this thing need a multi-valued hash map? Can we get a real thing? Corpus REST client builder takes client headers factory. We just make a simple map of, that would be great. Yeah, Copilot is like messing me up. Let me turn that off. Disable completions, please. It doesn't turn off. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. Okay, I think that's disabled. I think that's disabled. Okay, I want a class extends client headers factory, or an instance of client headers factory. And client headers factory returns an update. But this is a single method thing, so that should work, but it needs to be a multi-valued map. So we want a multi-valued map of that. And this is abstract. So I want an implementation of multi-valued hash map, or Quarkus multi-valued hash map. That sounds better. So we want a Quarkus multi-valued hash map. And map of does not like Quarkus multi-valued hash map. Does not have a constructor that we want, nor a static that we want. So we just do it some other way. Okay, So we'll make a var headers. Okay, we create our string to string multi-valued map. Headers.put authorization var sk whatever, and a list of string, and a list of string. List of okay, then client headers factory returns those headers, and that should be good. It takes the client headers factory. I need to update the multi-valued hash map. And this, what in the world is this supposed to do? Download sources. Okay, so incoming headers, outgoing headers, and return the headers to merge with the outgoing headers to be sent to them. Okay. This is okay, so we'll take h1, h2, and then we want to h2 dot put, and we put that here. Okay, and not be equal to yeah. There needs to be a list of variable one token, and let's one sec. h2 dot put takes the string key and value. Put returns what? It returns the value. That's annoying. How do I return the thing? Okay, can't do it in one line, I guess. That and return h2. Put updates it, right? I think it does. Yeah, mutates this, right? So that makes sense. And this thing is supposed to return a map of HTTP headers to merge with the client outgoing headers to be sent to the remote service. I see. So we don't want to put, that would be weird, which makes sense. We'll create a new multi-valued string. So we don't have WS, so I can't use that. and I don't feel like importing it or something like that. Headers put version list and then return headers. So we can do this. It says Quarkus. It has to be better. Because we're doing things with Quarkus. Oh, Java X versus Jakarta. Yeah, that's a pain. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Now our key. I need this to be inject I forget how to do the config thing in Quarkus config. Yep. Jeez. If you inject, I know how to do it if you inject it, right? Because you just do config property. Okay, so config property. Import that class. Do a string open AI key. Right. There plus open AI key. Need to give this the name, and the name is this thing, which you would expect comes from the thing, but it doesn't. It's fine. Let's do it that way. Value. Do that name equals okay. Yeah, that's one of the annoying things, because it has two things, right? Like the default value, so it no longer supports value. I think that's how it is. Anyway, that should be fine. Let's get rid of that thing. Let's put that here. And OpenAI blah 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 key is wrong because I did this wrong. Does it have to be that? Could be that. There we go. Cool. Now we can get started with the PyAkka thing. We have everything kind of working. But you know, it is nice to have types and stuff like that, you know, so it's not terrible. Okay, so let's make a class called, let's mirror the same thing, right? So we'll make an LLM class which extends abstract behavior. Did we want behavior for this? Okay, yeah. It's like so much more concise in Scala, you know, you got like what, 3-4 lines, and then here it's like, oh god. Yeah, okay, so we want to do abstract behavior, then the message type, which we'll call LLM message, which we'll have as an enum LLM message. Right. We'll have complete, which takes a list of chat message, which exists in LangChain4j. Let's see if that has a text. No, that's not what we want. LangChain guys are no good. Yeah, they're up to no good right there. Okay, so we have a class chat message, which as a string string called role, a string of content. I need to get rid of the useless chat message there. I mean, I guess, okay, yeah. So it's this message that we want. Yeah, we don't need this. We want a list of message that we already have called messages. Right, and then we need to create the constructor. So public LM message with that. So we have complete, and that's pretty much it. Then we have our list of messages. LM message has a list of message conversation. I think this goes first, right? Yeah. Okay, public this thing. And self.conversation equals messages. Too much Python. To be private. And what else does it say? Final. Yeah, let's make it final. What? Make conversation final. That's what I want. And complete needs the argument. List of message conversation messages. Complete. Then we have our list of message called the messages. Cool. How do you do that again? Hold on. It's been a while since I wrote an enum in Java. And when was the last time I wrote an enum in Java? Oh, right. It has to be. Can't make a generic one. Hold on. Okay, yeah, never mind. This too much Scala. Okay, this is a class. Oh, a message that has a private list of. Let's call this LM message. Wait, how do we do like an enum thing? So there's a greet, right? And the behavior takes a greet. And if I wanted to do okay, so we want a static final class. LM message only has the one thing, right? So let's have complete, right? As conversation. Static is not all that different. We want a private final class Whatever. I see. Okay, because I'm defining it outside of the completion unit. Okay, so we have our final class with the thing, and then a reply to. Do we need the reply to in Java? What? We do? Okay, we do. We need it in both. Yeah, I can see that. So our complete will have conversation and a private final actor ref that takes a completion, maybe a chat completion, which we need to create in this file. Final class chat completion. And we need actor ref. Did we not import actor ref up here? Oh no, I guess I got rid of it. But we want all of these things. Okay, so we have our actor ref check completion reply to, right? Actor ref chat completion reply to self.reply to self. This dot reply to is the reply to. Okay, so we have done our setups for the day. And then this will have, it's a behavior of complete, which then what do we need to implement? Let's implement whatever it is we need to implement. A receive complete. So we want to return. See how that works. Our greet class, our greeted response. We have our behavior greet, behavior setup. The actor, we get a context, we supervise, create receive, which is what we have to build here. It says new receive builder on message greet class, this on greet build. On greet is this thing, which logs and then reply to tell. What is this for? Behavior setup. Okay, so they have this kind of pattern. We have a static LLM. Oh, hello. So we have our static behavior of the thing that we get, which is complete, right? Called, name that create. Then we return our behaviors dot setup, and then we put LLM dot class. No, LLM new. We need to create LLM new, right? Then we need to have our constructor. And the reason why they do this is because they want to have a private constructor. So we have a private LLM that should take an actor context with complete. Okay, just super the context. Okay, so now that's happy. Now we need to create the create receive, which is a new receive builder dot on message, and our type is complete class, and our handler is this on complete. Cool. Yeah, and we gotta build that. Now we need to create a public behavior complete again. And not again. Oh, I guess, yeah, we have to create that one again. Called on complete, which takes the thing that we need. So we have a complete request or something like that. And we do get context get log dot debug. Let's be excited. And then command or the request dot reply to which is private. So we don't want to be private, so we want to use it. Okay, so request dot reply to dot tell. Now we have our thing that we want to respond with, right? So we tell some message, and then we return this. Okay. We need a chat completion. And the chat completion had nothing. We need it to be let's not make our lives complicated. Just make this be a message. Actually, no, we want the whole conversation, right? So we want a list of message to be what we reply with. Okay. And what we want to respond with is, so our request contains a conversation. So let's get that conversation and then add and this is something that you got to be careful with. This could be a mutable list, right? Like with Scala, because Scala has immutable things by default, or it has an API for immutable lists, essentially. So you can say that you're taking an immutable list, and therefore when you get a list, you can't add to it. It's immutable. In this case, that's probably what's going to happen. So this list could be a mutable list and not copied. And I don't think it's going to do anything like that for you. So you have to copy the entire list or create a new list from this one, right? So we'll have a new array list of message. So let's do that. And can I give it the conversation report class? And so our new conversation is that, right? Okay, and then that's what I'm going to reply with. So the new conversation goes there, and we return this. So the way this works in this API is that you have a behavior, which is this like state of the actor, right? And so you can either change your actor state after you receive this message, or you don't, right? And so it stays the same. That's why you have to return this. So this thing will do something, which is to tell the reply to actor, this is the new conversation, but then it doesn't change its behavior. So it's always just going to keep doing that thing. And then this create gives you the first behavior, right? Then when that behavior receives a complete, it will call on complete, which returns the new behavior, and then this receive builder will do the right thing. So, okay, now let's actually do the thing. So let's go create this thing. So I guess it's kind of, I was like kind of complaining that you can't inject this thing in here. And, you know, I was complaining about it, but it's not that bad because we need to make it here. The problem is we also need to inject the OpenAI key, which I think we will just get from here. So take a string OpenAI key, and we'll new, fine, we'll just new LLM OpenAI key. So we'll pass that in there. This takes a, okay, so there's a context thing. So we go do C and OpenAI key. Okay, that makes sense. And this has to throw an exception, possibly, and hopefully that doesn't cause anything else to fail. And we can have a, what was this thing? OpenAI REST API. So let's get this in here. Say this dot OpenAI is equal to this thing. Hey Farker, how's it going? Okay, so now we have this, and when I'm asked to complete, we do this thing. And now this is where things get complicated because this stuff takes a uni. This stuff doesn't. So how do we do those things? Let's see. Okay, so we're going to have this thing, the conversation is what we'll pass here. So request dot conversation build null, and then instead of this data, well, we have this uni from here. And if the chat completion dot wait so let me share what's going on. So essentially, we are playing around with different actor frameworks. What I want to do is build a agent API that allows the users to say, I want an agent called Foo, and then they can send it messages, register webhooks, things like that. And I want this server to be able to handle hundreds of thousands of agents, right? The agents are mainly waiting for something else. But if I have 100,000 agents running, I also need to kind of load balance them with an LLM model. So if we have OpenAI as the LLM model that we're using, I want one actor that will receive all the messages from the other agents, and it will load balance between them, right? So need to do something along those lines. And so we first did that in Python using the PyAkka framework, and it was okay. But because Python doesn't really have types, right? They're just like suggestions. We ran into issues there where now everything, you never know whether you're getting a future or the actual thing because the compiler is not going to tell you when you made that mistake. So we ran into that mistake in a couple of places and debugged it until we got it to actually do the thing. So now we're doing it in Java. So this is the first time for me of using Akka or Peko in Java. So we're doing that. And I mean, we have types, which is good, but it is quite wordy as Java wants to be. Anyway, so first I want to create the LLM agent, which will send stuff to OpenAI. And yeah, if that fails, it will wait and try again. So this agent is mainly doing that stuff. So we have our conversation. We're going to get our new chat completion, and I need to add that into the new conversation. But this is a uni, so it's an async thing. And I'm not sure if we can just await that. So if we wait indefinitely, I mean, given what this actor wants to do, we do kind of want to do like an at most duration of seconds. Let's wait at most 60 seconds for the result. Okay, now we have a chat completion response. Choices get first dot message. Now we have an assistant message that we will add to the conversation. So new conversation dot and add that message. And then we can reply with the new conversation. Okay, so I think we have the LLM agent now. And let's look in the docs about how we're supposed to use it. So we have our hello world unrepeated. Context. Yeah, so this is essentially the same thing. Okay, so this is where things will get kind of interesting. we need to have a actor context or actor system, which is called here. This is also a behavior. We need this actor system. Okay, so in some page, let's get rid of this OpenAI thing. We'll have our actor system, which needs a type, and our type is going to be LLM. Then we'll do actor system create LLM dot create. We need to give it the OpenAI key here and give it a name like such as LLM. Calling this we provided as a behavior complete, so this thing is a complete. Got to think of a better name for that. Anyway, that's the command, right? We tell it complete this thing. Okay, so once we have that, we do system.tell, then we can send a completion request, so complete something. And create a list of something, and complete required messages and the reply to. Oops, so let's get rid of you. So complete is the messages. Let's make a system message. Right, that takes something. That should be good enough. I might need to type it as message because this is Java and it's not that smart. These things are messages, right? Not crazy. This was a list of message, yeah. Oh, I think that's a C#ism. I need to put it here. And then this is be a new system message. Or no, it's a builder thing. Okay, so okay, system message dot builder content build. Okay, Java needs to do something about that. I think it did. Right, this we have records. We need a new complete. And this is a. Maybe we don't need that. That would be great. Now we have our list. The next thing is who to reply to. And that is a good question. Because we need like ourselves. But we're kind of outside of the actor system. And in Scala, you would pass a callback, right? Like there was a tell for the callback. Not 100% sure how to do that, so let's look it up. Okay, so we have our behavior set up. Create system. And there's, and it says the reply to. Context gets self. Okay. So let's move this back to this. We'll return this page data with some empty stuff here. And let's get it back to good state. We have system.self. Yeah, that doesn't work because the system is, this isn't the system. This is the LLM actor. Right, so we're doing LLM actor tell. Now we need who it should be telling. And we need a we need it to call back or give us something that we can complete with the uni. And that is not obvious. Let's see. LLM actor should have a context, right? No. But there wasn't. Yeah. Here's another like Java Scala thing. So Scala has an ask, which you do with a question mark, which is essentially a tell with the thing that we want right now. We don't have that. So how do you ask in Java? Okay, we can do context ask, right? I think that will kind of help. I think that gives us a future, and I think from a future we can create a uni from it. So per session child actor is what it does. We need to get the context, the actor context. For that, we need the actor system. Okay. Actor system dot ask pattern. Where was this pattern thing that I was looking at? Pattern dot ask. Okay, this is what we want. The request response with ask from outside an actor. So we need to use ask pattern dot ask to send things. And if we look at it here, yeah, it's just ask pattern dot ask. So ask pattern dot ask. The actor is the LLM actor. The message factory takes the ref. We do ref.tell new complete. Okay, so let's do things this way. Let's move this in here. Okay. Then we'll have our ref dot. Okay, cookie fabric is the whatever thing. Then the reply to. Okay, so this is reply to. What? Okay, so we need to create the request here, right? So we go with the reply to, we create a new complete request, and then we pass it in here. Okay. This reply to, it's an ActorF object. That's what we want. Reply to. Okay, then the next thing is how long we're going to wait. So we want a duration of seconds. Let's do 2 minutes. And system scheduler, scheduler. Where does that come from? This thing, right? So we'll do LLM actor dot scheduler. Okay. And then this is saying I gave it an actor ref of object, so this needs to be an actor ref of something, because I can't figure out the type. Okay, actor ref of list of message. Okay, so now it's happy about that. Now ask is going to return a completion stage. That's a Scala thing. No, it's not. Okay, but I want to, regardless, this is not where I want to do that. Okay, so in here, we're going to get the request from the user. We're going to create the LLM actor here. This .lm actor is that. We'll do private final actor system. I think that's what this is returning, right? It should be an actor system of T, which I think was complete. Yeah. Okay, so we have our actor system with the LLM actor. We don't need to return that if we get rid of this. I do not like the way that looks. Do that. Then we have duration of section, seconds, 120, element vector. Okay, so that's the ask pattern that is going to return to us a response. That response we can so let's do uni create from completion stage response. And we want to map, right? And we have our conversation here, right? And then from there, I want to put it into the data. So we do conversation.get, conversation.length, size -1, content. It has a role. This type is so dumb. System message. Content. Right. What's its problem now? Map. And what we want is this. We want to create a page data. So we want to return uni.create from, and this is a uni, so async template instance. And I want to do page.data. I forget what I wrote there. One sec. Okay, so let's copy that in here. Move that return. Return this uni, and then change this to be a uni template instance. We can get last. I like that. Sure, get last. Okay, that has a content, which is what we pass into this data. And the map is missing the return statement. And if we got rid of that, we won't need it. Okay. So let's restart the thing and see if we get a response. So I'm doing system message builder and say, you are a helpful assistant. Then user message builder content. We pass in the message build. People really need to think about this, right? Like, just because there's like builder thing, you know, why isn't it not message, you know, system? You are a helpful assistant. Even new, like, this is shorter. What's the problem? What is the problem? Or do things without thinking just because it's just like a cargo cult thing about builders are good. They're not bad, honestly. You know. Meh. It's long. Okay. How can I assist you today? Cool. So that's cool. How did it know my name is Ed? Oh, because the message was Ed. Okay. Yeah, I was like kind of afraid there for a second. Thought it's like, what? How did it know my name? Okay, so we're like 10% of the way there now, but it's 2 a.m. Yeah. Okay, so we have the LLM thing, and if we go back to the PyCharm and look at the XA agent server, if not now, please. Okay. So LM agent is one of the agents that we have, right? Okay, we have this kind of working. We don't have this for retry thing, so we can do that real quick. The LLM, when it receives a on complete, we want to for, I guess we'll do like our tries equals 0, and then while tries is less than 5. I think that's what we had there. Yeah. Then we do the thing and tell, then return this. Then we try this as well, so that we can fail. We catch an exception of any type, tries ++ and thread.sleep. We don't want a thread.sleep in an actor, so we want to do this .get context sleep or something like that. Get systems scheduler sleep. Yeah, there's something along those lines, which I forget. PyAkka sleep. What you don't want to do, you want to schedule once. That's no good. Yeah, schedule once. Okay. So you can't sleep. And this is sleeping, so this is actually not good, right? We have the tries, we have our request. Complete needs to have a number of tries, right? When we create it, this tries is equal to 0. But if I, for example, let's create like a public try again or something like that, some method, which will return having the constructor like this is kind of weird. Got to make another constructor that takes the int of tries, which we set here. And then if I try again, we return a new complete with tries +1, conversation, and same reply to that we had before. This is a complete. We return a new complete kind of thing. Okay, so we want to change this to now if request.tries is less than 5, then we try, and if not, scheduler, schedule once, delay is request.tries. So this is duration of seconds, request.tries +1, which is kind of the way it is. Then we need a runnable. Get self. These are runnable. That's not the schedule once I want. I want to schedule once different schedule once is what I want. Context, system, scheduler, schedule once. We have our duration. Then the actor we want to send the message to. Yeah, hold on, I think with the new docs it's changed a little bit. So we want something else. Yeah, hold on. PECO sleep. So we have our we don't want a dispatcher. Let me search here for sleep to see if that has anything. So implementing the search in JavaScript. Wow. Problem solution. Dedicated dispatcher. Okay, so if we receive something, thread sleep. No, we don't want to do that. Cool. What we do want to do is return a new receive builder. Okay, so this is like something. So return new receive builder dot. No, that's not what we want. But I think it means there's possibly a behavior thing that we want. Why not? What's wrong with this .get? Context schedule once. Oh, so context says schedule once then. Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, so we'll schedule once that. Then we do this .get self, right? And we take our request complete and then do try again to get the new one. Cool. So that's how that will work. Now, if else, right, then we want to do something else. This we schedule this once and then we return this again, right? We're not changing the behavior. Now, if we've done this more than 5 times, then we want to request.reply to tell. And then we'll also do this new conversation. I need it to go higher. Let's go here. We have it in scope down in the else. I'll put new conversation dot add and then a system message dot builder dot content dot build. And then we'll tell the new conversation to who we're replying to. And then we return this to continue the same behavior. And then this content, if we follow this, would be content error. Okay, cool. So now it will retry 5 times. So if we do something like, I don't know, here's input null.foo or something like that. No, that's not going to compile. What do I do? So let's try 1 divided by 0 here. Okay, and then we retry here. Take 1 second, then 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and 5 seconds. So a good amount of time that it's waiting. And then it should say yes or no, hello error. Different error here, and I wanted. The system message cannot be cast to an assistant message. Yes. And that's what I was saying. That is so dumb. It is so dumb. Conversation.getLast. The guy who made this is an idiot. I mean, it's open source. I don't want to be like, whatever. But man, that's dumb. It's dumb for this particular reason. Like, oh, I didn't get an assistant message this time. I got a system message. So I have to like, now I gotta check that. It's dumb. They all have a content. Just do the content. What is the problem? Roll. System messaging implements message. It's so dumb. It's dumb. But there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to do conversation.getLast. Right? Last. So let's do var last message get last. Now we have multiple statements, so we got to do it this way. And now we also have to return this thing. So everything sucks because we have bad API. So get last, then if, or we can switch on the last message dot roll, right? And then if case system, then we want to return something else. Case assistant, then do the same thing. Then this is a system message. Now I want to return this thing, which does this. Something like that. It's not cover all possible values. Default. Null. Sure. See why it's dumb? Okay, and now this. Okay, and then we lock that. Then we're ending there and ending there. I don't know why this happened. We can restart that. That's not what I wanted. here. Hey, Distracted Dad, how's it going? So we're near the end of the stream today, but yeah. Okay, hello error. So that's exactly what we wanted. So that's cool. Now if I get rid of the dumb 1 divided by 0 here, we should get a message. Cool. Now, I think it took me a lot less time to do this with the PyAkka framework. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's not too bad. I like having the types, but it's definitely better in Scala. But I don't think Quarkus and Scala like each other, so that's a problem. And yeah, man, it is a lot of code. It is a lot of code. So if we were to do the same thing, so we have the LLM, so let's do the actor. So, or not the actor, the agent. So let's create an agent which extends a abstract behavior, and I don't know, it's going to have a chat command. So we have our chat class, which will have conversation and reply to, something like that. So chat will have a conversation reply to. Now let's make everything final but public. And why am I typing these things? Let's generate the constructor. Now our agent needs to implement this receive. Then we also want, actually, what is the minimum we actually need? And the super call. So our agent has a name. So we'll have a private string name for the agent. Okay, and then this receive chat is return new receive builder dot on message, and we receive a chat message class. And the handler will be some chat. And we want to return. So we have our conversation reply to. Okay, so this is, we'll do it. Yeah, doing this is kind of weird. So we'll do this : on chat. And create that method here. It's got to return this. And that's like the minimum, I guess. Dot build. There we go. Okay, cool. Next thing that we had in the Python is the agent had a system message like this, right? Well, it's actually the agent supervisor that had it. But we want to create something like this when we create the agent. So I don't think I'll do the supervisor in the Java one because it's like a lot of work. But yeah, so for this one, we're gonna get, yeah, so the agent is gonna have a private list of message as a conversation. This conversation is equal to, and then I want to kind of create this thing. Okay, then this chat shouldn't take a conversation. It should just take a string string message from the user and a reply to. The reply to has the entire conversation, but when I chat with the thing, I just want to chat one message. So we don't need this conversation in here. We just need a string message, which we will set. Okay, now the agent has its conversation, so that's the state of the thing. It will start off with you are. So let's do this whole stupidness. Oh man, there's no good way of doing this. So system message.builder.content. We do this. Okay, put that in there. And we want to format this. Name. I think there was a way to do this in Java now, right? Hey, Java 21 format strings. String templates, that's what it's called. To do the string templates, we want to use there's no way that's how it is. What? Okay, so this would be a backslash. They're not in 21? When was it added? Can I configure my way out of this? I think I can. I can go here, and in the module settings, go to project. So we're using 21. We want to use preview the string templates. And we build that. Okay, then next we want a user message, builder, content. Okay, build. Okay, and then we want an assistant message, builder.content. Build, then system message, builder.content, build. What's the problem with this build? And then finally, an assistant message, builder.content, not build, and then we have the initial conversation. The preprocessor is supposed to be stir. I hate everything about this syntax. It's like the worst syntax. Do not like that syntax. Do not like it. Okay, so the agent has this conversation from the beginning. To evaluate Python expressions might be a little bit difficult in Java. I mean, I know how to do it. Just don't want to do it now. We want not Python expressions. Why is it not helping me by selecting? Selection is weird for these strings. Anyway, evaluate Java expressions. Say that I can do that. And then what is then? Let's say that it does the tool and how would I do that in Java? That's a good question. I think there used to be a way to do JavaScript in Java by default. I think they removed that, so you can't do that now. And I don't want val in JavaScript, I want val in Java. There is a way, yeah, script engine, that's what I was thinking of, but I think this is gone. We do have the expression language that you can use instead. And there's JShell. JShell can work. Let's see if I can import that. Okay, I can use that. Okay, cool. So, so if I'm in JShell and I do 2 plus 2.0, and I do 2 plus 2.0 dot get class, it's not object because it's double. If I object this thing, get the class, that's the double. So I'm just going to tell it that's how it's going to do. So what is the type of the result when I add 2 and 2.0? And it'll be tool, and then it will do object 2.0 dot get class built, right? Then the system message result will be 1 class java.lang.double, and the resulting type will be double. So that's that. Now I have a chat with a message. Now we want to implement this builder. Oh, and we also need a reference to the LLM. So we'll need a string name and an actor ref of LLM takes a complete. I'll just call this LLM ref. And that's the weird thing about like the behavior-driven API is that the idiomatic way of kind of specifying it becomes weird. Becomes a little weird. LLM ref. And what I mean by weird is that the behavior has the type of message in it. So when I'm saying that I want an actor ref here, like it's not an actor ref of list of message, that's weird. It's an actor ref that, of some actor that takes a list of message, right? It's like, I don't know, it's weird. Kind of weird, and it's like not immediately obvious. Anyway, okay, so we have our LM ref. We get a chat, right? This will, new array list. So it's gonna kind of do things with our conversation. We can just send our conversation over. So this.conversation.add user message dot, there's user message dot from. Okay, whatever. We're using builder everywhere, so we'll just do it that way. Content, and then we do chat dot message. So we add that to the conversation. State has been updated. Now we do this dot LM ref dot tell. We have a new complete with this dot conversation and reply to get self context get self. Yeah. Now the problem is this agent is the behavior of chat. So it can get chat messages. We also want it to get responses from the LLM actor, which responds with lists of messages, right? So our chat what we want is an abstract class agent messages. Then our chat extends agent messages. And we also have a annoying. We also have a completion extends agent messages, which will have a list of messages, or let's call this conversation. Okay, let's generate the constructor from that. Agent messages is that. Therefore, our abstract behavior now is not of chat, but agent messages. Right? We take an actor context of agent messages. Then we have a receive agent messages, which does agent messages on chat. Is it because it's abstract, or so this takes an agent messages message, and the behavior is agent messages. Okay, then we switch on message, right, and then case message. Or can we do that with the if statements now? So if message instance of chat, then we do this. Else message instance of completion. There we go. Not a statement. Else if. There we go. Cool. And let's complete lmref. Okay, now we have to fix lmref, or update it, not really fix it. So this takes. So it's an abstract behavior of complete that returns okay, so the request is complete, and we tell the reply to incomplete. It's an actor ref of list of message. Okay, and we want this to be actor ref of completion, right? But now it's weird in a different way, right? Because these are agent messages. Why is completion part of the LLM messages? But how do you do anything else? Because it's kind of weird. PyAkka kind of made a little bit more sense in its not statically typed mode, I think. Completion. Okay, so we'll have our completions, and we complete, then our LM it now fails here because we need to tell new completion with the list of that. And this is a new completion of that. And here, this is ERA agent messages. This is dumb. That's dumb. You don't want that. Don't want that. That's dumb. Okay. The on chat for as a chat. Yeah, unsafe upcast. That's we want to narrow it. Okay. Then down here, we have this reply to, which is a list of message, but this needs to be a completion there, right? And then we have our conversation, completion, and then var conversation is equal to completion.conversation. That fixed that issue. And now the problem with this is we need to return this because we have a difference in behavior from getting completion. Now that we have the completion, this conversation now needs to be updated. So we'll make a new array list from the completion.conversation. So we make a copy of that. Now we have our new updated conversation. And then in this chat, we need to respond. We don't know who to respond to anymore because it's not in the completion. Okay, so we tell complete conversation get self narrow. Now we're going to have a completion, and we want to respond to the original on chat. So this complete has a reply to the complete, but we also need is there no simple way to do that? Or am I doing it wrong? The feeling I'm holding it wrong. And yeah, I can use the ask pattern here, right? Because that's kind of what I'm doing. So I want to ask this. Right. Why am I using this everywhere? This isn't Python. lmref. And we have our reply to have a new complete conversation, reply to, then our timeout is going to be a duration of 60 seconds. And the scheduler that we use down here is probably the scheduler that we want, which is the lmref.scheduler, or no, get context.scheduler. Return that, and our reply to is a actor ref of completion. Cool? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we do this to clean it up a little bit. I'm going to do it this way. So we have that. Duration seconds. Scheduler. Okay. That's going to give us a thing. Which should not be called completion stage, just completion, I guess. Right, so we don't need that. Okay, so this is slightly better. Now we chat.reply2.tell, and then we can give it a list of messages, which should be the completion. Okay, so we need to append something to that. So I think we don't want to do this. What we want, we ask, and then completion stage void. Handle is a map. Like the names are weird, right? Okay, except apply to exceptionally handle. That will change it. So that's a map. Handle async has the same return type as handle. Okay, run after, then accept. Then accept async. I'm not sure what the accept and async are in this case. Apply is a map. Combine is something else. Then run, which is a runnable. So handle is you. I think then accept is good. We have our action. So we have our completion, and then we can do chat.reply2.tell completion.conversation. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that, but that's not terrible, I guess. What's the problem here? We need to return otherwise. So else we return this. We have nothing else to do. We don't know what this message is. I don't like, in general, throwing away references. So this then except returns something. It's not a void. It's a completion stage of void. So it is possible to then do something. I think that's the, like, I can then run something, you can chain more, but you don't have anything of it. And I don't like that, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure it is fine. You don't need to do anything like that. Cool. So then comes the part here. Oh, hey, Trey, I didn't miss much. We're just doing it with Java, and it's quite a lot. We are essentially, we have an agent. We don't have the supervisors. So even though we do have the ability to do the supervisor stuff, I'm not going to implement it. It's going to take too long. We have our conversation where it can do the tool. Have this idea that we can use JShell possibly to actually implement the coding part. I have figured out how to do something, which means I kind of goofed in this thing. So we have agent messages, right? And I added completion to that. And completion is not an agent message. It's actually the LLM message. So I should not do completion as something of agent messages. And if I do it that way, this doesn't make sense, which is good because it didn't make sense in the beginning. And because this is in Java and you have types that, you can do something and know that the type is okay. So that's good. But yeah, I forgot I could ask. And then I got into a bit of a thing where I was figuring out how to do things with other messages, which is kind of what you want, but not really what you want. But anyway, so I think this is good. We have LLM that retries, and we have our conversation. We are sending something to it, getting the response. We could reply with that, but that's not what we want. Right, so once we have the completion, we want to do this part, which is the if tool, right? So this part here. So completion dot conversation dot get last, which should be an assistant message, right? But it could be a system message, so we switch on that. And in the case that get last, so let's introduce a variable for this one. Last message dot roll. Okay, so case assistant, right? Yeah, and then case system, and the default. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So if we have a message and it's assistant, which means we didn't have any issues with it, we're going to check. So if I feel like this is dumb. It probably works better with the if statement, right? Because we want to do the cast. So let's do it that way instead. So if last message instance of system message system, right? And then else if last message instance of assistant message. Okay, and then else we do nothing. We're good. We don't care about that case. So if it's a system message, it could either be an error or something else. Let's do the assistant. So if we, yeah, it's an error there. So if we have an assistant message, that means we need to check if tool is in the content. If, let's see, assistant.content contains tool colon. So if it does contain that, then we'll take that content, we'll split it on tool, right? That's get the thing after that, and then this is the command. Okay. Now let's look at that JShell example here. Do JShell. JShell create. And then on snippet event. Yeah, I guess I'll do jshell.create shell. Okay, cool. Then jshell.eval command. Okay, we get some result. And the result type is a list. The list of events directly or indirectly caused by this evaluation. That is interesting. It's snippet event. So I'm not sure. We'll just join them all, I guess. Yeah, whatever. So we'll new line dot join all the things there, but that's not a list of strings. It's a list of snippet events. So we'll map those to the e dot toString or value. I think we'll do toString for now. Okay, and we will collect I guess we can do it that way. E2 string, which we can do that way, then join them. And the result is now a string. Cool. We have our conversation. Yeah, so completion. Okay, then accept the completion. I don't like that we are in here. So the state of an actor is something that you should be only changing when you receive a message, right? So like you get a message, you update your state, you go back. In this ask pattern, we're getting this, then accept. And I'm not sure if that's kosher to do anything with the state at that thing. I mean, could be okay, I guess. We have a completion from there. So what we want to do is this conversation. It's equal to new array list of the completion.conversations. Now we have our own new updated conversation, and then we can just set our conversation to that. So we have our last message, and if the last message is an assistant message, we evaluate the result. Then in conversation, we add a system message builder content result dot build. And then we want to call ourselves. Right, so in the Python, we called ourselves here. So that's what we want to do. So we want to get context, get self dot tell, and we want a new chat. Yeah, okay, this is right. So we're we have this conversation. We're updating it here. We have this new message. Okay, yeah. So the chat accepts one message, right? We add that message in here. We're assuming that message is a user message. That's not what we're doing in the Python. In the Python, we got the entire conversation. We send that to the LLM, and we appended the new one. Right, so that is better. Okay, so let's go to chat. Chat needs to have a list of message. Let's call this conversation. Did I call it conversation here? Yeah, agent had a conversation. Okay. Then we'll have our list of message, conversation, and reply to. Cool. Now our agent has a conversation and a LLM ref and a name, right? Then we're going to receive a chat. We don't need to add to the conversation. What we want to do is do the ask pattern with the chat.conversation. Then when we get the results, we set our conversation to the completion conversation. This is a little sus because we're doing it in the wrong place, I think. But cool. Then we get the last message. Completion. L1 return the entire thing. Yeah, I guess it did return the entire thing. So that's slightly different than what we had before. Anyway, so we'll get the last message from there. If it is a tool message, then we execute everything. And then we tell ourselves a new chat with this conversation that includes the tool. Only append to it. Yeah, we copy the entire conversation here, so I think that's fine. So we'll have the conversation. The reply to is our current chat.reply to. Okay, and then it's going to get the new message, right? It's going to go to the LLM, send it. We're going to get a new message that is an assistant message that doesn't have a tool, right? So that's this one, right? So if it doesn't have a tool, then we return the conversation. So in here we do chat.reply2.tell, and we tell it the conversation, which we updated here. Yeah, I think that is correct. If it is system, else we return this. What are we doing here? This is in the except. We got a system message. We'll do chat.reply2tell. I'm just going to put the conversation in there. So we're done. Then else, or actually what we care about is this, right? So if it's an assistant and has a tool, we execute the tool, call ourselves again. Else, we do the conversation. And if we get something that is not an assistant message, we just do this as well. And then we return this because we're good. And yeah, chat is the only thing that we care about. So that could work. And in here, we're doing sending. Okay, so this is a completion. So now let's do something with the agent. So we'll do actor system.create agent.create, and we didn't have an agent.create, all create did was behavior setup. Yeah, so we'll want this thing in our agent. New agent. The agent just needs the C. We don't need, we need a string name. And we need a actor ref. Ref. Okay, so we'll do that. Ref. And C is the context. And this is a behavior of not complete of agent messages. Yeah, okay. So do agent.create. Need to give it the LLM actor. That's an actor system. I guess an actor system is a ref. So the name would be Zybo. And we want an actor ref of complete. That is an actor ref. This agent we need to add. Okay. Now, when we go to the page, we're going to ask the agent and then this is a actor ref of list of message. The thing we're going to send is a new chat. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because in the Python we had the supervisor, which took a message string, right? And then the agent took the entire conversation. So we don't have the supervisor yet. So that makes this weird, but I'm not going to work on this until 4 a.m. Yeah, the interesting, so Paul brings up a good point, which I just now noticed, which is the then accept. So the then accept is weird. So the ask pattern returns a completion stage. So we have to do something with it, or if we want to do something, we then accept. And it's weird. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it. Because ideally you want to send yourself a message, but that's kind of what ask is doing. And if I add something that's like not chat, I no longer have access to the chat. I have to make another message of chat. So actually that might be the right way of going about it. So yeah. So you have this conversation. So let's do something like this. So if message instance of start, let's call it a start chat or something like that. Okay, and I will extend actor messages, which are agent messages. We'll have final class start chat extends agent messages. All right, and then we'll also have final class complete chat extends agent messages. And a complete chat contains the chat and the list of message latest conversation, something along those lines. Okay, and then the start chat only has a string user message and a reply to. Yeah, I'm going to make things public here because I don't care about that much. And these should be final. That works. And then this should also be final. A user message. Generate the constructor for that. Okay, so now our agent has 3 things that it can do. Start chat, chat, and then instead of this stuff in the then accept, get context, get self dot tell. Then I'll make a new complete chat. I pass the chat and the completion dot conversation. Then else if message instance of complete chat. I guess that's okay. Else return this, but do nothing. Okay, and then inside of this, we'll have the chat latest conversation. We update our conversation based off of that. And then we have our last message, which is an assistant. And if it has a tool, we do the create. And then we do chat.reply to. And yeah, exactly. We'll do this chat. And if it's not an assist, or if it has no tools, we do chat reply to, else chat reply to. Okay, so now this is like more proper. That is the behavior. That's the agent. The problem here is what? Missing return statement. From here. Okay, so if we have a start chat, we simply tell ourselves with our chat. So we take the start chat dot user message, and we'll create a new chat that has this dot conversation. Yeah. Okay, new array list. List.conversation. New conversation. Go to that. New conversation dot add user message dot builder content start chat dot user message dot build. I'm going to make a new chat with that new conversation and with the reply to, and we will essentially tell ourselves this new chat message and then return this. Actually, we can remove all the return thises. We don't need to do them everywhere. Just at the end. Okay, and this is used without a try with resources, so we should try. We shall create. Okay, so that is that. Now we're going to get the message from the pattern, and then we do a new start chat that has the user message, MSG, and our reply to. Wait, that. Schedule it, not in the LLM actor, but in the agent scheduler. All right, and then we create a uni from that response. And we'll have the conversation here. And yeah. Could work. Let's see if it does. And it does not. You need to use enable preview to enable string templates, which makes sense. I'm not sure how to do that in Parital. Test compile. Is this a compile thing or a runtime thing? Where are we starting like this? And it fails on, yeah, build failed. So preview. Let's see, Parital, enable preview. That's not a note. Tests with types. JVM args. Yeah, I don't like that. Tasks with type. Yeah, here we have compile Java, right? So parameters and enable preview. Let's add that. All right, that should be fine. Enable preview, enable preview. Refresh that. and rebuild. Build failed and download flag. Just gotta do options, compiler, args, and do that. Okay, didn't like that. And parameters has an empty space. Okay, cool. So if I ask, okay, what can I ask now? We can evaluate some kind of Java thing. What is math.py? Yeah, probably not doing what we want. We can see, if we change this so you can see the entire conversation, it'll probably be better. So let's go into the Qt page. And then instead of that, we'll put agent sidebow colon. Let's get the h1 in there. And then here we want a pre or something like that. Cool. We don't need anything else. Okay, so that will get us many more things. Now, instead of the last conversation, we're just going to conversation dot map message, and then in there we're going to switch on message. Yeah, it kind of sucks. It was better with the if. So if message dot instance of system message and dot role dot name yeah, let's return the role the name plus colon plus m dot content. All right. And then we essentially else if everything else. So if it's an assistant message, we do the same thing. Else if it's a user message, we do the same thing. And we collect it. Collectors to list. Bar. What did I do here? We're mapping. We're returning. Returning the empty string. Okay. I'm gonna replace that with a switch. Really? Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, that's actually a little bit better. Still dumb though. It's completely unnecessary and stupid. Totally dumb. Totally dumb implementation there. Okay, so we have these messages as a list var. And we can join those as a string with new lines. I like that. And we want to var, fine, I'll var the convo as that, and then we will do page dot data and name will be convo. Okay. And we do that. We return the page data here. Then we have a compiler error here for that, which is fine. Okay, so it says you are a Zyboid helpful assistant. What is the type of the result and that? And it does the thing. User was math.py. And it doesn't use the tool because it's not that smart. What other things could I do in here that it would want to use the tool for? What would it use the tool for? No, I guess I could just give it a big thing. What is 257 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's see if it uses the tool. Plus is not going to work there, but if I do times, okay, it didn't use any tools. Use tools. Yeah, okay. So that actually did the thing. These snippets are a little bit weird, but it's cool. Now we created an actor system in Java that has an agent that contains this persistent conversation and is able to execute arbitrary Java code and hopefully not kill us all. And it is kind of interesting. It is kind of interesting. So the types do make it a little bit nicer. For sure. But it's definitely like just miles better if this were Scala. It's like it's a lot of noise. And then in the Python side of things, you're done much faster. But because we didn't have types, everything was just, you know, it wasn't great. So it's a good question. We could use Kotlin, but I'm not sure Kotlin and Pecco would change all that much. Like look at this behavior, like how big it is, right? And then we go to Scala, and it's just much smaller, and it has a bunch more comments. So I'm not sure. It might look into the Kotlin Pecco thing and see if that is better. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which one is better, but it is nice to have the types to do things, and in general, it's nicer to have Java in your web services. So probably be doing that, but I'll be complaining that it's not Scala the entire time, I guess. But we'll see how Kotlin does, maybe tomorrow or something like that. But anyway, it is almost 4 a.m., so it's about time for me to sign off. It was very interesting to get this thing working, and I'm glad I got it working in at least 2 of the 3 things that I wanted to get it working with. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week, maybe on Tuesday, but if not, definitely on Thursday. So yeah, see you guys later. Oh, definitely not Tuesday. It's a holiday over here in Japan. So next week, Thursday, we'll do it again. Hopefully something more interesting next time. So yeah, talk later. Bye for now.